Did you see that bit on table 3? Did you see that?
Yeah.
That jab?
Yeah.
So we've angled that bit in as best we could.
Yeah. The thing is with these as well, there's less metal on the shell, whereas the old ones were very metally. So when all that gets scratched and stuff, it's very visible. Whereas again, this.
But you've not got posts either.
Yeah.
Whereas on them you've got the posts.
Yeah. Whereas it's just got a continuous line, isn't it?
Well, I just think, like you say, I just think a bit more this way.
Yeah.
And then the table doesn't have to be centred then. The table can be a bit more this way now. And it just gives you more space where the players are.
Like a metre a bit.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's only probably a metre there, so it's not like it's going to overpower, it's just going to run with the length of the... This, isn't it? Mike's just sent an email, I might attach a few pictures and...
Yeah, well I got took the pictures, but I saw that you that's what I'm saying, that's what I wanted to see. The other thing is,
Hello, good afternoon from the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. We're ready for more qualifying action from the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. And an interesting match here, China v Hong Kong. It's Zhou Yuelong against Marco Fu. Marco Fu, runner-up in the UK Championship 16 years ago now, 2008. And Zhou Yuelong was a semi-finalist 4 years ago, quarter-finalist last year. This is the penultimate round. They're playing to get into the final round of qualifying, which of course we'll have in our Judgment Day coverage for you tomorrow. So Zhou Yuelong is the seeded player. He's coming in for the first time here this year in this round. Of course, Marco Fu was playing in the last round. He beat Amir Sarkosh of Iran 6-1. Best of 11. And the winner will play the winner of another match this afternoon, Matt Selt or Aaron Hill. There's 8 matches, of course, you can watch tables 1 to 4 live on Discovery Plus. We're here across the World Snooker Tour YouTube and Facebook pages on table 1. I'll keep you up to date with the other scores as well. I'm Dave Hendon, and it'd be great to have feedback from our viewers throughout the course of this afternoon. And the question I'd like to ask is a very simple one. It's your favourite UK Championship moment, because of course this tournament has been going since 1977. Now there'll be people watching right now who may remember the first one, certainly some of those in the 1980s. There'll be fans maybe younger or newer to snooker who remember recent ones, but is there a standout moment? There's plenty to choose from the best part of 5 decades of this great tournament. So do let me know. You can contact me. I'm on X at Dave Hendon, and also on Blue Sky, same handle. So either platform you can find me. You can also, of course, contact World Snooker Tour at WeAreWST on X, and let us know your favourite UK Championship moments. As for this match, there's not much to go on in previous meetings. Marco Fu has won the only 2 played, and one of them was this season. In fact, it was here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester in the Wuhan qualifiers, first round. He won that one, but Zhou Yuelong has had his high points as well these last few years. In some ways, though, he's become a little bit, arguably, one of the forgotten men of Chinese snooker, because, of course, we've seen so many come through in the last year. Zhang Anda winning tournaments, Zhao Gudong winning tournaments, younger players like Si Jiawei, Wu Yize getting to finals. Zhou Yulong's been in that position before, but not for a while. He's down at number 30 in the world, so if he could qualify for York, he might start going in the right direction again. But this is a very tough match. Marco Fu, 69 in the world, but it's a slightly false position, that, because, of course, he did come off the tour. He had a few health issues. We know what a great player he is. He's been as high as 5 in the world before now. And there, just really with that shot, evidence of the quality of Marco Fu. A couple of little kisses on the black, and it could have been worse. Hong Kong's most successful ever player. I think in any match, this is the sort of opening chance you want. Black on its spot, red's available. Not too much to do initially, other than just build up a lead before you're thinking of disturbing them. Just get used to conditions, get your hand on the table. Marco Fu, known for his break building. He's made 5 maximums after all in pro competition, and 533 centuries all told. Yeah, I mean, he was a mainstay, wasn't he, of the sort of latter stages of tournaments for many years. He had an eye issue that cost him a couple of years, got a wild card to get back on in recognition of his achievements and the way he's represented himself and his country. Still reds and blacks here.
32.
Well, it's not really a maximum, but as I say, he's just looking to settle into this match, try and make a nice break early on in this match just to reorientate himself, because although he's had a great career and he's been in the final of this tournament, it's been a few years really since he went deep in anything. It would mean a lot to Marco Fu if he could qualify, because he's got to win this match plus another as he attempts to get into them here. Oh, he's played a lovely shot there. He's unlucky if he's not on that red to left corner. He's looking at it a little disappointedly.
38.
And the slow trudge suggests he's not on that red. Yeah, that's unlucky. I mean, he played it very positively, very aggressively. Very close to this one if he's going to attempt it to far corner. Referee moving in just to be sure there's no push shots played. Not to be. So 38, he wanted more, clearly. Not the most productive season so far for Zhou Yuelong. Last 32 of the Northern Ireland Open, his best run in a ranking event. He got to the quarterfinals of the Shanghai Masters. Of course, he whitewashed Karen Wilson there. That's a big money tournament invitation, but not a ranking event, so it didn't affect his position on the list. He's one of these players. I mean, he's still young. He's only 26. You could certainly see him coming good in a big event soon. But as I say, he has been left behind a little bit by some of his compatriots in recent times. 8 matches for you in this session. Tom Ford and Lei Pei Fan are on table 2. Dave Gilbert and Sing Shi Hao on table 3. And Noppon Senkam and Zhao Xingtong, of course, who's back in the event on table 4. They're all on Discovery Plus. We've got Aaron Hill against Matt Selt, Anthony Kowalski against Ricky Walden, Dominic Dale against Julian Leclerc, and Ben Wollaston against Joe Perry as well. And a reminder, this is to get into the final round of qualifying. Our Judgment Day coverage will be with you, of course, tomorrow and Thursday. Already had a reply to my question about favourite moments. Andy Evans on Blue Sky. My favourite moment was Doug Mountjoy winning in 1988. Doug was my favourite player from the first time I ever watched snooker in 1978. His comeback to form was with the help of Frank Callan. It was outstanding. Yeah, well, of course, he won it in 78, Doug, and was a top player really for the next decade, but dropped out the top 16 by 1988. He was really losing heavily in tournaments and was 46, and back then that was considered old. Of course, now we've just had Mark Williams, haven't we, win the Champion of Champions at 49, not so much, but he was thought to be a spent force for sure. And yeah, you're quite right, he won that tournament, beat Stephen Hendry, who was just 19 at the time in the final. He actually made 3 centuries in a row in that final, which was only the second time that had ever been done in a match, so he played brilliantly, and of course went and won the next tournament. As I'm sure you're aware, Andy, he won the Mercantile Classic, the next ranking event, a few weeks later. Incredible story. Reminder, I'm at Dave Hendon on either X or Blue Sky. Well, one of these frames now where the reds are spread far and wide, so Zhou Yuelong 38 behind, but nothing safe were he to get in. Of course, were Marco Fu to get in, great chance to win the opener. danger lurking, isn't there, around wherever you look here. He's trying to find a safe spot for the cue ball. The bulk cushion is the place, and he's played a good shot there. You can see Fu actually tapping in his cue because there was so much danger, but he seems to have avoided it. First frame has gone in this session to Nopin Senkam against Zhao Xingtong. Worth pointing out as well, Nopon, of course, in Saudi Arabia, the big Saudi Arabia Masters in Riyadh, he made a maximum. Now, if he made one in this, he would earn the bonus prize of 147,000. He already got 50,000, by the way, for that one. So if he were to make one here, or in the Masters, if he got into that, or the World Championship, any of the Triple Crown events, he would earn that bonus. He did make one in the World Championship last season, so worth keeping an eye on that one. That's on table 4. Tomorrow in our Judgment Day coverage, and on Thursday we'll be jumping round the 4 tables to try and bring you the best action from each match. We'll have details later about that and what to expect on the programme. I think in any frame of snooker, it's not about the lead a player has necessarily, it's where the balls are. So Fu 38, that's a reasonable lead. It's not much, but it's a reasonable lead. But with nothing safe, it doesn't really mean a lot. If he had 2 reds on cushions, I mean, there's one on the top cushion, but sort of nailed to the side cushion, that's different. Maybe trying to push one safe here. It was an 80 break from Nopin Senkam in that opening frame. Dave Gilbert looking good to win the first against Sing Si Hao. A lot of potentially dangerous qualifiers who could make their way through. Of course, tonight we've got Neil Robertson on table 1. He's got to win 2 matches. You've got Oliver Lyons first up. But a lot of players who could cause problems for the seeds. Of course, the top 16 seeds, they are in one hat. We'll have the qualifiers in another hat when we make the draw on Thursday between sessions. Worth saying, if you want to be in York, there are still tickets available. Quite a few have sold out, but there are some tickets available. If you check the World Snooker Tour website, wst.tv/tickets, all the details there. Tickets starting at £25. Where's this cue ball, meanwhile? Well, it's not great, but it's not necessarily fatal either, because there's no reds now in that half of the table. But yeah, apart from anything else, it's a great tournament to go and watch, but just it's a beautiful part of the world, York. It's, if you're looking for a sort of weekend break or something, then it could be just the ticket. So do check out the website for more details. And of course, there'll be details there of all the other tournaments where tickets are on sale as well, including here at Leicester, the shootout, if you want something a bit different, from December the 4th to the 7th. Oh, what a great pot from Marco Fu. So the in-off was significant there, and he's back in. And you look at the table and you think, if he can just mind his work here, he's going to win this opening frame. Dave Gilbert did indeed win that opener against Sing Si Hao. Yeah, Marco Fu runner-up in the UK Championship to Shaun Murphy in 2008. That was a very late finish. He went to a decider, and, well, my memory is Shaun Murphy actually fluked the last pink. Fu was also a semi-finalist in 2016, 4 times a quarter-finalist as well in the UK. This red then should secure the frame. Snooker's required. Yuelong didn't really get an easy chance in this opener. He was always sort of on the back foot after Fu initially got him with 38. It was a bit unlucky when he went into the bunch up a couple of cushions not to be on anything, but really good long red from the Zhou in off set up this chance. I think Fu is still very dangerous as a scorer, and he has quickened up a lot as well, and that's a conscious thing. Since the issues he's had with his eyesight, he's made the decision to play more instinctively. Very often as players get older, it goes the other way. They end up playing slower. Just enough on for a century.
51. 58.
This red may well decide it one way or the other. The yellow a little awkward as well. Well, every chance now. Marco Fu's actually made 60 in the UK Championship alone. So if he can land on this yellow and clear them up, it'll be 100 exactly. Just a very elegant style about Marco Fu. Very classy touch he has around the table. Hasn't he controlled this well? This is a terrific start for Fu. He's looked really good in this frame. As I say, when he was in initially, he did nothing wrong. He was just unlucky not to land on a red, but got back in with the long red, and this break has been terrific. Pink and black for a century to launch the afternoon. I'm sure there's a lot of snooker fans out there would love to see Marco Fu back at the Barbican. Of course, he's got to win this match and another one, but on this evidence, he'll be tough to beat. Lovely clearance that from Marco Fu, 100 exactly. And Hong Kong's finest has taken the opening frame here against Zhou Yuelong. Been asking for favourite moments of the UK Championship. We've had a few more messages trickle in. Here on Blue Sky. I'm going to call you Super Sajuk. I'm just reading your handle there. He says it's got to be Zhao Xingtong winning the 2021 title the way he did. Also, the last time someone won the tournament under the flat draw format. His form this year in the qualifiers feels even better than his performance in that one. So I'll be interested to see how far he goes. Well, he's currently 1-0 down to Noppen Senkam. He was in front by 64, but Senkam with a chance to clear there. Leipei Fan on table 2 has taken the first against Tom Ford, who of course began the season in the top 16, has dropped out, hence he's having to come here to qualify. Matthew Morley says, what are your predictions for Judgment Day? Will Xingtong qualify? Will Ronnie have number 9? Well, of course, that's looking a long way ahead. Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, the 8 times champion. In terms of whether Xingtong will qualify, well, it's a tough one today, I think, against Noppen Senkam. He's been very dependable, very solid last couple of years. But if you can beat him, then every chance of getting through. In terms of Ronnie winning number 9, it's not been the most productive season for him because he's not played in everything. I thought he played well last week, actually, Matthew, at the Champion of Champions in Bolton. He was 3-0 up against Xia Guodong. Xia Guodong just played brilliantly after that. I didn't think Ronnie was off form that day, although he did have a couple of chances in the decider. But we'll see. He's going to open the show on Saturday afternoon. Keep your thoughts coming in, especially favourite members of the UK Championship, as Marco Fu gets the next frame underway. We have one here actually from Boomer 1969 on Blue Sky. He says, I was one of 5 in the audience in Gloucester for a UK qualifier. I met Steve Davis in the toilet, then saw Stephen Hendry make an incredible break to beat Gerald Green. This is when the top 16 needed to qualify for the venue. Good days. Very different circumstances meeting the two legends there. Davis in the toilet and Hendry on the bays. Dominic Dale has won the first against the Belgian Julian Leclerc.
Touch and ball.
Touching ball called, so he can play away from the Reds. Jeffrey Brookings says on Blue Sky the best UK Championship moment was Ronnie's win in 1993. I was on the front row. Yeah, hard to argue, Jeffrey, in terms of the significance of that. We've got to remember, he's still only 17. He turned 18 the following week. Not only to win a tournament at that time, but to win the UK Championship, beating the best player in the world at the time, Stephen Hendry, in the final. Phenomenal. And really just as phenomenal last year, having become the youngest champion all those years ago, 30 years on, becoming the oldest. can tell you, Nopin Sengham needs the black to make a 70 clearance from nil 64 to steal the second frame against Xiao Xingtong. And he pots it. So that's a terrific break from Sengham. As I say, he's very dangerous. And he's already 2-0 up there on table 4. So many players in this round, of course, if they are successful, will be playing in the next round, who could really cause problems in York for the seeded players. Remember, they come in very much like the World Championship, that first round match. They get the prize money, but they get no ranking points unless they win. So it goes literally for a seed in the last 32 from 0 points to 15,000. I mean, that's pressure. That's a lot of pressure. They're all great players, of course, but there's guaranteed to be upsets there. There always is. Poland's Anthony Kowalski has taken the opener against Ricky Walden on table 6. On table 5, Matt Selt has won the first against Aaron Hill. So the only match yet to have a frame completed is Joe Perry and Ben Wollaston on table 8. Now, can Zhou Yuelong get in here? Can he knock this into the middle and get going in this match? No, he can't. Again, it wasn't a straightforward pot, but it was an opportunity to get involved. He's in that position that I mentioned of being a seeded player here. It's his first match. Marco Fu's played one already. Beat Amir Sarkosh of Iran 6-1 in the last round. And you can already see looking a bit sharper in the early exchanges. Made the century, of course, 100 exactly in frame 1.
Six. Seven.
Yeah, nicely controlled. Just nudging a few more out, knowing he'd be on this red to left corner.
14.
Marco Fu early in his career had a lot of coaching from Terry Griffiths, the 1982 UK champion, of course, World and Masters champion as well.
50.
And subsequently working with Terry's son Wayne, who is resident coach in Hong Kong. So very good grounding from, well, one of the great players, Terry. One of the great figures in the sport. Very well-respected coach after he gave up playing. Similar really to the first frame where Fu had the black available and reds into play. It went wrong then when he eventually did go into them, but he can again build a useful lead here before needing to disturb them again. Just on the UK memories, Matty Lyon here on Blue Sky says, I was lucky enough to be in attendance when Judd Trump beat the Spaceman. That's Dominic Dale, of course, in the first round in 2011. Judd went on to win his first major. I remember the separate queues forming for the two tables in the arena. One stretched out into the foyer, the other was in single digits. Maybe best don't tell us who that was. But anyway, obviously Trump at that point had broken through, world finalist, China Open winner earlier that year, and a lot of excitement around him. And there still is, of course, he's world #1 going into this year's event. Now, in potting this red, he's inevitably going to be disturbing a few more. So as long as he lands nicely on a colour, this is a good chance to win the frame here. Trying to just push the cue ball through for the black. He's okay on it, a little high if anything, but it's a good chance now, this. Already with a 34-point lead. Oh, but he's overcut the black. So I'd say he was a little high. I still kind of fancied him for it. That could be a big early moment because Zhou Yuelong has been looking for an in this match, and it may not have come, but Marco Fu overcuts the black, so this is a chance now finally for Zhou to just get his hand on the table, pot a few, and start to feel involved in the match. Also, do let us know where in the world you're watching this coverage, because we do have viewers from all sorts of places around the planet, which is great. It is the World Snooker Tour, after all. I realise it's we're talking various time zones. It may well be early morning where you are. It might be late at night. But again, at Dave Hendon on X or Blue Sky. It'd be fascinating to find out where you're watching from. China now, it's what, about 11 at night, so there'll be plenty of people, I'm sure, tuning in to see how this young man gets on. They'd love to see him excelling again. He had a really big defeat around about a year ago at the Scottish Open. He was looking good to reach the final. Gary Wilson in the decider of their semi-final. It was 5 each. He needed 3 snookers on the colours. He got them, and he won the match and, of course, went on to defend his title. So that was a massive blow. No getting away from it. It must have been a pretty horrible sort of Christmas period for Zhou Yuelong. And if we look at his results since, he doesn't seem to quite have recovered his composure. Well, he's on the next red, but he's just slightly in danger of losing his way here.
31.
Lots of people on the live chat on YouTube saying where they're from. Watching this, I'll run through it in a moment, but this is quite a big shot for Zhou to keep the break going up and down with the cue ball. Well, he's held for the blue. Is the red in? Yes, it is. So he's still going. Yeah, we've got, well, from all sorts of places here. Morocco, Finland, Dubai, India, Texas, Hong Kong, watching Fu, of course, supporting Fu. Dara's on the train in Ireland, Singapore, Austria, South Africa, Thailand, the USA again, the Philippines, Malaysia. Incredible. brilliant to know that so many people are tuning in from various outposts. It just shows how popular snooker is, and it's great that we're able to bring you this live, of course, on YouTube and Facebook through World Snooker Tour ahead of the main event itself on Saturday. May need the rest for this one. Marco Fu had a very good chance for a 2-0 lead, just missed a black off its spot, having made 100 exactly. Nice century to open up in frame one. But that did not really threaten the pocket. He was, again, just sort of battling, getting back into ideal position. He was never quite in control of that break, you've got to say. Still sort of fancied him for that, but it didn't even really rattle that one. He just missed it. So that's annoying. 3 points in the frame. One red on the right-hand side cushion, which I guess is the problem ball. Other than that, Marco Fu has his chance here. Again, where people are watching from are pouring in. We've got another one in Houston, Texas, Hungary, Hong Kong, India again, Nepal, Tyrone in Northern Ireland, Pakistan. San Francisco, Germany, Edinburgh, Manchester, the Netherlands, Belize. Incredible. Just a question of how Fu approaches the last thread, whether he's going to try and nudge it out or get in behind it. Well, can play to drop in behind the red here. And then he would need the black as well, so
24.
He wouldn't need to do too much here. Just try and drop the red in. The black as well to lead by 29 with 27 on. Ooh, that red. Well, it thought twice. He thought twice before dropping. He was always going to be near the cushion with the cue ball, but he doesn't need to worry too much about focusing on position for the yellow, because he doesn't need the yellow. So focus on the pot here, and if he gets it, Yuelong needs a snooker. Ooh, he's nowhere near, actually. He wasn't close. More difficult black than the first one he missed in this frame. I say nowhere near, I mean, it was near, but not near enough. But as I say, he didn't play position on the yellow. Even so, of course, the fact black's not gone in means Zhou can still win the frame. 22 in it, 27 on. It's only frame 2, but Yuelong coming in cold into this match. You feel kind of needs a frame early on just to settle himself. You don't want to be chasing the game against a player of Marco Fu's quality. Yeah, and he's in trouble here. He's snookered. Marco Fu. All that coaching from the Griffithses certainly helped in that side of the game, the tactical side. Needs to go past the pocket, which it's done. Black safe, or certainly on the side cushion, favours Fu, of course, because Yuelong needs all 6 colours. Well, this is a chance. Just coming round to look at the potting angle on the yellow. No. Jane Mango on Blue Sky says, my favourite UK Championship moment is from 2024 when Jack Lisowski lifted his first tournament trophy. Oh, how overjoyed he was. Well, that's what's known as manifesting. Of course, Jack is into the final round of qualifying. Probably should have got to the final in 2022. He had a great chance to beat Mark Allen in the semis, but will have a lot of support in York if he does make it through. He plays either Scott Donaldson or Bai Yi Lu. Of course, that had to come off earlier. Donaldson leading 5-3. There were at least 3 black ball frames there. It was a very closely contested session. They'll be back on the first available stream table tonight. Just trying to drop the cue ball in behind the blue. It's a good hit. And the pink looks to be blocking left corner for the yellow. Cue ball's mighty close. It's mighty close. Can't afford to be giving away points, really. You can still win, but there's now 26 in it. 27 on, so certainly can't do that again. Oh, this could be nasty. That was the intention. Well, Marco's got him, and as I say, can't afford another foul. Otherwise, he needs a snooker himself. So this is trouble for Yuelong. He was in this frame, but just never quite kept tight control of the cue ball. Yeah, so won't go back, of course. The miss isn't called if a snooker's needed. Only one, though, and as we've just seen, we're with Fu getting in behind the pink. Some good spots, actually, for snookers here, particularly that little area. Just in terms of other matches, Julian Leclerc's levelled with Dominic Dale, 1 each. Tom Ford has levelled with Lei Pei Fan, 1 each, and Sing Ji Hao's pulled one back against Dave Gilbert. It's 2-1 Gilbert. You're going to have to work hard here to get the chance to get the snooker, because Fu, in this sort of situation, with all his experience and sort of tactical nous, he's not going to make it easy for him, clearly. Well, had the yellow made it past the blue, he might have been in one there, but I think he can see the yellow. Certainly some of it. Well, it's tight, actually, from that angle. May have to swerve it. Yeah, he's swerving it. You still fancy him to hit this. But this is that little area that you don't want to be sort of down here at this point, because that's where Fu got his good snooker. Just checking the exact angle. It'll be coming off 2 cushions, but although, again, you'd expect him to hit this, it has the possibility of going wrong and hitting the pink. Well, he's going straight across. He's going straight across and he's hit the pink. And that's a free ball, you would think. Well, I'm not sure if it is, but I thought he might come off 2. That's what he looked at first. But anyway, Zhou Yuelong has got the points he needed. Well, if it is a free ball, I mean, it looked like it was, yeah. So he can get the black off the cushion. Can't snooker behind a free ball, but obviously promote the black, because you're going to need it, and still get some cover. It's not... yeah, the black's got a bit close to the brown, which isn't really in Zhou's favour. But again, Fu coming across to try and hit this yellow. Yeah, this come the way that I thought he played the first time, off 2 cushions. Bryce Furman from Pennsylvania in the USA. He says, near the town of York, oddly enough. He said, I've only been following the sport a few years, but seeing Jimmy White introduced in 2022 was lovely. Bryce on X there. Yeah, that was a terrific moment when Jimmy qualified again. Mark Hansen is watching on YouTube in Loughborough, Leicestershire. It's not too far from here. little nearer than Pennsylvania. He says the snow's nearly gone. Yeah, it is. It's quite wintry in Britain today. And Martin is watching in Cambus in Scotland, still in rehab. He had, I believe, a car accident not so long ago. Best wishes to you, Martin, as you continue your recovery. Now, this looks full ball. Can he just see a little bit of the yellow? Well, it looks like he can. Yeah, you could see quite a lot of it, actually. 2-1 Noppin Sengam against Jia Xingtong. Xingtong has won that frame. This yellow looks potable. And, of course, 24 in front, if he does knock it in, Yuelong is back to needing a snooker again. Jonas Lepe Fan has gone 2-1 up now against Tom Ford. This has become very cagey, but again, Fu has played a pretty controlled shot there to get the snooker. And the problem here, well, firstly, of course, he's got to hit the yellow, that's obvious. Otherwise, he needs a snooker. But if he leaves it on, it's frame over anyway. So that's the issue here. As much as you expect him to hit the yellow, got to get some distance between them, I guess. Well, he's at the brown, so the yellow's gone safe, but that's of no issue. He's given the 4 points back that he got from his snooker. In fact, he got 6, didn't he? Anyway, he needs one himself now. 28 in it, 27 on. Fu has knocked the blue safe there, not deliberately, but that will help him as well. So the table certainly favours him. Now, if Fu can pot this yellow, it'll be 30 in front with 25 on, so 2 snookers required. So it's looking very much like 2-0. Having said that, he's finished literally on the green, so Zhou does have an opportunity to come back to the table here. They're getting on with it on table 3. It's about to go 2-2. Dave Gilbert and Xing Zihao. Xing winning the 4th frame, so they've not even been out there an hour, those two. The other side of that is frame 1 between Joe Perry and Ben Wollaston. They've been going 57 minutes. They're on the pink. Wollaston leads by 15, so Perry needs a snooker, but nearly an hour-long frame there.
Two.
Well, he may have tried to nudge the blue out there. Somehow, though, the green's gone round the back of it, and it's now potable. So that's not gone according to plan. Surely if Fu pots the green, then it's frame over. Oh, dear. Well, you fancied him for that one. Lula on Blue Sky says, my favourite moment was in 2015 when David Grace reached the semi-finals. Cherry on the cake was Neil Robertson making a maximum on his way to the title. Yeah, I mean, David lost a very dramatic semi-final, didn't he, to Liang Wenbo. Well, Fu is turning the screw here. Got him again. Ben Wollaston won that frame against Joe Perry. It was basically an hour long. So 1-0 to Wollaston. The only good news for Ben is either way, he's not very far home from him. As Zhou Yulong, because he lives in Leicester, Zhou Yulong misses the green and concedes. He had his chances in that frame, but it's Marco Fu who wins it. So Marco Fu leading here 2-0. Remember, it's best of 11 to reach Judgment Day, the final qualifying round of this Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. Players leaving the arena. Of course, you can follow the action across the various and indeed growing social media platforms that World Snooker Tour operate on. Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok for match clips, interviews, behind-the-scenes content and much more. Great team they have working on that all hours of the day. And of course, there's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus. Don't miss the rest of the UK Championship on Discovery Plus, where you can also watch many of the top sporting events. I will be there in York myself on Saturday with the team. We've got Jimmy White, Neil Foles, Alan McManus, Dominic Dale, Rhian Evans joining Radzi in the studio, and indeed commentary box, myself and Philip Studd. So it's a big team up there, and looking forward to the televised phase. But these qualifiers also very exciting, and we'll see tomorrow and Thursday the excitement, of course, of Judgment Day. Been asking for your favourite UK Championship moments. Scott on Twitter says, or X as we must say now, says, think my favourite UK Championship moment is either John Higgins coming back from 9-5 down against Mark Williams to win 10-9 in 2010, or the 2016 final when Mark Selby beat Ronnie O'Sullivan to become the only player to date to beat him in all three Triple Crown finals. Yeah, that's absolutely right, because he'd already won a World Final and a Masters Final against him. And Matthew Morley says, my two favourite memories of the UK would be watching Ronnie win his 8th with my dad at home last year, and then in 2022, Jimmy White's entrance and the audience reaction was amazing and lovely to see. Yeah, I mean, it really was. Matthew, Jimmy, of course, will not be playing this year. As I say, he'll be part of the Eurosport team, didn't qualify. Did win his first match, of course. You can keep contacting myself on either X or I'm just joined Blue Sky to see what it's all about. At Dave Hendon on either of them. And also World Snooker Tour at We Are WST. We're just waiting for the players to return here for frame 3. Lee Wall also on X has said, I was there when Mark Selby got the 100th 147. Saturday afternoon in York, just before Christmas, watching snooker perfection with a few festive pints to follow in one of Britain's greatest pub cities. Yeah, that was a terrific moment. What was it, 2013, I think? Of course, we've had over 200 now, so they've really stacked them up in the last decade. Of course, the highest break in the UK Championship, oddly enough, is not 147, it's 148. Jamie Burnett, in the qualifiers 20 years ago now, 2004, he made a one snooker history, and it was made in this tournament. So far this year, 146 the highest, Shao Tong, and that, of course, would count for the main event as well, for the high break prize. So the players are back. It was a rather lengthy second frame in the end. Marco Fu made a century, 100 exactly in frame 1. Can Zhou Yuelong find anything in frame 3? Kind of needs to. He didn't look that settled, even when he had the chance in that second frame. I do think some of these seeded players are on a hide into nothing coming into this round against players who've had a match before that. But also, of course, he's playing Marco Fu, who, you know, he's not just any player coming through. He's a very established, very well-regarded player with a fine record in the game. And there's he proven it again, knocking that long red in. Now wanting the cue ball to hold up for a bulk colour, which he's going to do. Well, this is a lovely shot. If this, I assume this red obviously does pop past the other one. They say sometimes in commentary, you know, you couldn't have picked that up and placed it better with your hand, and that sort of applied to that one, didn't it? Just a really nice shot from Fu. He's always had a kind of understated way about him. He's not a flashy player. What he is effective, and of course he's trying to get back to something like where he was before he sustained the illness and trouble with his eyes. That won't be easy to get back to that level, but it'd be nice to see him getting on a run in a tournament. He just lost the white a little here. I think he's still on the red just by his body language.
11.
Yeah, just a nice little cannon to stay on the black. So soon he'll have to try and open a few more, get a few more reds into play. Well, he's left an angle on the black to do that, to disturb the reds. Well, preferring instead to play the cannon, but has that gone wrong? He's staying down, suggesting it has.
27.
He's just stuck to that red, and he's not on the one he played on. This is the problem with these sort of delicate cannons that can go wrong. I thought he might try and actually disturb some there. I mean, Marco, he doesn't give much away in terms of emotion, but you could see he was pretty devastated there. So, just having to accept it. Take the cue ball back towards Bolt. Tom Ford levelling up at 2-2 with Le Pay Fan. Another pretty quick affair that on table 2. Remember, tables 1 to 4 are available on Discovery Plus, and the Judgment Day coverage will be on Discovery Plus tomorrow, but you can also watch, we'll be jumping between the 4 tables, but you can also watch a table of your choice. We go down to 4 tables actually tomorrow, so every ball is available on that service. Well, yeah, it's one thing missing the pot, but hitting the green with the cue ball is more concerning, because now he has left Fu potential opener here. Had the cue ball avoided the green, this red wouldn't be on. These little bits of ball run are important, and it so often seems when you're already struggling in a match it goes against you. There's no science behind that, but to players I'm sure it must feel that things are already bad enough, and then those little rubs and nudges can be costly. It's given Fu another scoring visit here. That yellow wriggled in a bit. Well, now he has left himself low on the black with a view to attacking this pack of reds. Could have been better. I mean, you're trusting to luck to a degree with a shot like that. He split them really well. I mean, they've all broken out into the open, but the cue ball is the ball you look at, and it's gone into not a great spot there. So Fu has been in a couple of times, still only 38 in front. Matthew Scott's asked a great question here. Matthew from Portsmouth, he said, not a field, far as field as some. With the first 2 frames as Zhou against Fu in mind, one with a ton, one much longer, I have a question. What's the longest frame to have a century in it? Well, it's a great question. I don't know the answer, Matthew, but I do know Stuart Bingham once played Jimmy White in one of the old PTCs. I think it was in Killarney in Ireland. And Stuart was called for 16 misses in a row. It's actually the record. But he still won the frame, so he must have made a big break to win the frame. Now, I don't know how long that frame was, but he was called for 16 misses. Where the cue ball was, the mind boggles. I mean, you know, it must have been in a horrible spot. But he still won the frame, so maybe that's a contender. If anyone knows the answer, let us know. The longest frame to contain a century. Yuelong still on the back foot, but maybe getting on the front foot here with this long red. This could be the start of something if it goes in. Nice pot. That'll make him feel better, but obviously just one pot is not what he's looking for. He's now looking to put something substantial together. But that's a great starting pot from Yuelong. Just on the Ricky Walden, Anthony Kowalski match, that's on table 6. It's 1 each. Kowalski is ahead in the next. He's, of course, a new player on tour, quite dangerous. finding his feet, but he's had some good results already. Oh, but that is not good from Zhou after the good red. He misses that pink and is rather quickly back in his seat. Rather uncomfortable start for him. I mean, that pink, objectively, was easier than the red. The difference between the two, though, was that there was a degree of safety in the initial pot, not in that one. Joe Perry and Ben Wollaston, they were an hour on the first frame, which Ben won, but Joe's on a break of 78 after 13 minutes, so it looks like one each. In fact, it's just gone one each. Matt Selt 2-0 over Aaron Hill. Remember, the winner of that match plays the winner of this one on Judgment Day in the final qualifying round. Dave Gilbert and Singzi Howe already back after the interval. Gilbert made breaks of 66 and 77, and then Singh 70 and 65 to get to the interval in just under an hour. And it's also 2-2 Nopin Senkam and Zhao Xingtong. That was 2-0 to Senkam. He cleared up from nil 64 with 70 in the second frame, having made 80 in the first. But Zhao Xingtong has since made 60 and 72. So again, very fluent match. Julian Leclerc, they call him the Belgian Beast. He's been quite beastly to Dominic Dale because he's from 1-0 down, he's made breaks of 74 and 66 to lead 2-1. Marco Fu, great chance here for 3-0 after that miss ping from Zhou Yuelong. And then he'll be halfway towards a place in the final round of qualifying with the chance to make it to the Barbican. That would mean a lot to Marco after all the troubles he's had. Must have thought at one stage his career was basically done. Had to rely on a discretionary wildcard from World Snooker Tour, and it was completely justified, I think, with everything he's done in the game and the way he's represented his country and indeed himself. But you have to start again at the bottom with no ranking points, so it's very hard to claw your way back up the list. 69 now. Qualification would certainly boost him up a few more places with all the ranking points there. Well, a fortuitous kiss on the yellow, but I guess he could have finished better on the next red. He's 67 in front, though, so 59 on, already snooker's needed, and certainly if this red goes in, there's no playing on. As it is, he's a big favourite for the frame. And that red, oh, I thought it was in. It stayed out, but as I say, it's going to be tough for Zhou Yuelong to turn this around. And in fact, he's not getting out of his seat. So Marco Fu leads 3-0. It's a great start for the former runner-up. 16 years ago now, Sean Murphy beat him in that final, in that close finish. And Marco Fu, well, he's 9 frames away from returning to the Barbican. That was actually played in Telford, but anyway, getting to the final stages because he's 3-0 up. And of course, Judgment Day is starting to beckon for him. Plenty of tickets on sale for various events coming up, including here at the Mattioli, the shootout in Leicester, December the 4th to the 7th. Tickets start at just £22. And the Scottish Open in Edinburgh, tickets on sale from £15. The all-day tickets at the Home Nations, everyone who's bought them said what value, because matches start at 10. It's one match or one session in the morning, then there's 2 sets of matches in the afternoon and 2 at night. So it's 5 matches on 4 tables. You get to see a lot of play, and certainly early on, you get to see all the star names. Remember, the top 32 are seeded through to the venue. So on any given day, you can see a galaxy of stars, all for 15 quid. So if you're in the Edinburgh area and you want to avoid the Christmas shopping, that might be one for you. Check out wst.tv/tickets.
Point 4. Michael.
So the last frame before the interval. It's been one-sided, this. Frame 2 was quite tightly contested. Yuelong has struggled, and Marco Fu's played nicely overall. Heard from Lars Johansson in Canada. Now, he made a long trip last year to come to York to see snooker for the first time in the UK. Planes, trains and automobiles. Had a great time. Sadly not coming this year, but
6.
enjoyed himself, and it was great to meet him. Big Mark Selby fan. Says he hopes to be back next year. Well, let's hope so, Lars. Well, Joe, it's not exactly now or never for him, but for a bit of confidence going into the interval, of course, he's guaranteed to be trailing, but if he could not only win the frame, but make a nice break to win it, he'd start to feel better. And I was saying with Stephen Hallworth earlier, his best of 11s, there can be long matches. 3-0 down in a best of 11. He's no reason to panic. Seen plenty won from there before. He played that nicely, but
21.
it could have been a bit kinder in terms of the next red. There's nothing straightforward here when you're already under pressure, 3-0 down. Yeah, it's one of those. He's trying to guard against leaving Fu in if he misses. Great pot. That's probably his best shot of the match because he was under it there. He could have been on an easier red. It wasn't a nice one he was left with, but he's negotiated it. He's on the black, so this could now belatedly be the start of Yuelong's involvement in this match. Paul Prescott on Blue Sky, reminiscing about the UK Championship. He said it was our annual visit to the Preston Guildhall, because that's where the tournament was held for 20 years. A small group of us would go each year for about 10 years. I even went to play a few games at the club where the great Frank Callan did his coaching. Well, of course, you mentioned Doug Mountjoy, Paul, as you'll know earlier. And, of course, he was coaching Doug when he won that UK title in 1988. It was Frank Callan, very well-regarded coach, very sort of no-nonsense way about him, but very effective. He worked with a lot of great players over the years.
35.
Now, we had an extraordinary question earlier from Matthew about the longest frame in snooker history that included a century, and even more extraordinary, we've got the answer from someone here. Their handle on Blue Sky, Mize Martin. The longest frame in snooker history that included a century break occurred during the 2008 China Open qualifying rounds. Dominic Dale made a 139 break in a frame against Joe Delaney that lasted 77 minutes and 31 seconds. I knew Dominic would be involved in this somewhere. Yeah, so that's incredible knowledge. So 77 minutes and 31 seconds. He made a 139, which would have taken, what, no more than 15 minutes. So what was going on for the other hour, I don't really want to know. But thanks for the answer. That's extraordinary. So he made little impact really on the first three frames, but this is more like it. It started with a good long red. He had to just slightly recover when he got into them to keep it going nicely. He had a difficult red after the split, but now motoring towards his first frame. And as I say, not just winning it, but winning it in one visit is what would be pleasing and what will give him confidence, and also would plant the seed in Marco Fu's mind that he is involved in a match here. Marco's not the sort to get carried away, but even so. Two more pots to secure the frame then. Well, he's played a terrific frame. I mean, it would have been anyway, but the fact that he had done nothing for three frames, it's really to Zhou Yulong's credit the way he's won this one. The pink to make sure then. And he's on the scoreboard going to the interval. Yeah, well done. And that sets it up nicely because it was slightly turning into a procession for Marco Fu, but not now. He'll watch this from his seat and will know that Zhou Yulong could yet be a handful when they come back after the break. Well, Fu started with a century. Can Zhou Yulong make one here?
78.
He's had 8 so far this season. He's a player I firmly believe will come good again. As I say, he had that rather traumatic experience in Edinburgh at the Scottish Open where Gary Wilson got the 3 centuries against him in the decider of their semi-final. It was a setback, but he's shown a lot of potential before, and he's still young. He's only 26.
84.
If he could qualify for York, then that could be kind of wiping the slate clean, I guess, after a year since that happened in Scotland. He did beat Karen Wilson 6-0 in Shanghai, so that was a great early season result. I think Karen possibly was still ever so slightly in celebratory mode after the Crucible. Now, can he continue towards the century? He needs, of course, both reds to make it. That one's in.
92.
Well, he's done his best to get on the red. He's going to need the rest, and possibly the long rest here. No position sort of required, so just got to try and drop this red in. He's won the frame, but players love centuries. Why wouldn't they? So can he drop the red in and send himself to the interval? Not only with a frame, but with a century. What a great shot. What a great break. So Zhou Yuelong was sort of... don't like to say half asleep early on, but put it this way, he's woken up now.
$107. $109. $112.
If you're just joining us, Zhou Yuelong in the first 3 frames struggled to make a 20 break, but he's too good to be quiet for long, and from his first chance in this frame he knocked in a long red and has really controlled this break well. Been superb actually. It's been a good mini session, and we look forward to bringing you the rest of the match when they come back from their 15-minute break. We will entertain you in the meantime. Zhou Yuelong has been entertaining us here. It's going to be a total clearance if he can knock the black in. What a response, having really been on the back foot throughout the match. Marco Fu has played well, he's controlled things well. But that is Zhou Yuelong's response. A total clearance of 134 to emphatically put himself on the scoreboard. So the players go to the interval with Marco Fu leading Zhou Yuelong 3-1. And they will be back in 15 minutes. Just before we show our archive footage in the interval, I'll just run through the scores. Tom Ford 2-2 with Lei Pei Fan. Dave Gilbert 3-2 up against Sing Zihao. That match has been rattling along, actually. Noppin Sengam 2-2 with Zhao Xingtong. It was 2-0 to Sengam. Xingtong is 47-0 up with a great chance to go 3-2 in front in the next. Matt Selt 2, Aaron Hill 1. The winner of that match will play the one we're watching here. Ricky Walden 2-1 up on Anthony Kowalski. Dominic Dale and Julian Leclerc 2 each. Ben Wollaston and Joe Perry 1 each. During the interval then, well, of course, he is the record holder in this event. He extended it last year, 8 titles. Let's see some magic from the one and only Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, when it goes wrong, it goes wrong big time. Unlucky to leave that, you could say. So Ronnie is off and running again.
8.
And this time,
9.
there are no reds in the other half of the table.
$16. 17.
A bit straighter on the black than he would have liked, but he's seen as there's a red available to the right middle. They must be the way he's played that.
24. 25.
Yeah, nicely played. And this time a good angle on the black now. You always need a bit of luck when you go into the cluster. And he's okay. The red just below the pink will go to the left middle.
32.
Great chance now.
$33.
Yeah, this is a more orthodox chance. Red's in a... Well, apart from the red and the left cushion, you couldn't really place them any better.
Yes, and he may just have the angle on that red just above
40.
the pink to the right middle. If he's got the angle, he could come back off black off this one. Well, he's not much of an angle. He's got to force it. He's got to force it over.
41.
Now, under normal circumstances, you say we'll play the pink, but I think he's got maximum in mind.
$48.
Yeah, there's only one thing happening here. Apart from him making a match-winning break,
49.
as he's going for a maximum. Bit disheartening when you're his opponent when you see him refuse the easy pink for the difficult black there, but you just have to sit there and appreciate what he's doing.
56.
Well, maybe Matt's had his last shot in this match. But Ronnie's got a little bit of work to do here. Just asking Jan Verhaas to clean the red, just foreign object, just catching his eye. He's got to stun this cue ball in between the pink and that little cluster of 4.
Sorry.
To play for the black in the same pocket as the red.
Thank you.
Played it nicely. Now, I think those 4 reds, I think one of them will pot. So he didn't have to play any cannons into them, and I think as he pots one, he releases another.
64. $65.
This black and one more red. And the frame's over. And the match.
72.
So all eyes now.
73.
Can he make the maximum?
Yeah, normally with a right-handed player you would say the red and the left cushion's awkward, but you know, Ronnie's no problem for him to play with his left hand, so
80.
there's not really any difficulty in this break. It's just his
81.
concentration. Don't play any careless shots. You can't see another outcome here.
Yeah, that red near the right middle sort of worries you a little bit because he tried to get on that before, but you've just got to get past. We're all crossing our fingers. So this time he's trying to get on that red, needs to run, he's finished on it. That was the awkward red, he's got a nice angle on it to come back for the black.
89.
Everybody eyes on Ronnie at the moment.
At
96.
this point, in a maximum that you just don't notice anything else going on around you.
97.
Audience, opponents, other tables, cameras, nothing. You're just in your own bubble here.
$104. $105.
Standing on the black.
No, I was just going to say, not ideal in the black, John. I maybe just a touch straighter in this black to get close to the red. That's about as good as they could do.
112.
If he's dead straight, the cue ball's going to be quite close to the cushion here.
Everybody stop now. Watching this. There it goes. Now, has he got the angle on the black to punch it in off one cushion? Little shake of the head. Is he absolutely perfect? He's got to make the angle. He's played it well. He's got this Barbican crowd absolutely
122.
frightened to move, and then every pot gets a big round of applause.
I've said it before, this is the biggest buzz you can get playing snooker, making a 147.
Just got to judge the pace now, on and off the top cushion. Well, he's played for the pink in the middle. Is he going to...
134.
Yes, that was a heart stopper. And he's already punching the air. You've not potted the black yet, Ronnie. Superb! Absolutely superb! There's only one Ronnie O'Sullivan. That ankle, would you believe that? Absolutely fantastic. A maximum. He's the maximum man. He's a genius. Ronnie O'Sullivan runs out a 6-0 winner. No problem.
So the players are back after their 15-minute break, and we're ready to restart here. Marco Fu leads Zhou Yulong 3-1, but Zhou did make that terrific 1-3-4 total clearance to win frame 4. Fu had 100 exactly in frame 1. But Zhou Yulong arriving in the match, and as I say, these best of 11s, you know, 3-0, okay, you don't want to be 3-0 down clearly, but it's not too late. Still a potential 7 frames to play. The only thing from Fu's perspective, though, he didn't do much wrong in that frame. I mean, he left a long red on and didn't get another shot, basically. He was just all the good play of his opponent. If you're just joining us, a reminder that this is the third of 4 qualifying rounds for the Victorian Plumbing UK Snooker Championship. And if you do qualify, you're guaranteed to play one of the top 16 in the world. The draw will be made on Thursday between sessions, so the top 16 in one hat, 16 qualifiers in another, and we will know, still be some either-ors at that point, but we'll know basically the lineup for York on Saturday when this event moves into the televised stage at the Barbican. Ronnie O'Sullivan, who we watched in the interval there, making that maximum a decade ago now, he starts the show at 1 o'clock on Saturday as defending champion. That's a terrific safety, and he's got Fu in a little bit of bother here because these reds are all over the place. So there's danger lurking. Cue ball good. Close to that bulk cushion. Trying to play a containing shot. Made no contact. Well, he could cut that one back. I wasn't sure. So, Zhou Yulong trying to reap the rewards from the good safety. He's on this brown. Dave Gilbert 4-2 against Sing Zihao. They're really getting on with it on table 3. The slowest match is table 8, 1 each, Joe Perry and Ben Wollaston. They are quite advanced, though, in frame 2. Perry 26 in front, 35 on. Xiao Xing Tong has gone 3-2 up on Noppen Senkam. He was 2-0 down. Ricky Walden getting close to a 3-1 lead over Anthony Kowalski. Matt Seldy's 3-1 up against Aaron Hill. The respective winners of that match and this one play each other in Judgment Day. Well, he may still be on one to right middle. Sort of finished a bit awkward though. Getting the cue ball out for a colour. Yeah, not finished good.
So Yuelong 5.
It's a bit unlucky really there. I mean, he could have easily landed on a red nicely. It didn't happen. Tom Ford on a big break on table 2. He's going to be 4-2 up against Le Fan. So Tom Ford, of course, was in the top 16. Every chance to be seeded at York. But, in fact, he's having to qualify. It's not been a good season for him. He had a very sad thing happen off table. His long-time friend and supporter who always came to tournaments with him passed away quite recently. So, obviously, that was terribly sad for Tom. Another terrific safety, this time from Fu. That noise you could hear there was Dave Gilbert just reacting after a poor shot on table 3. There's a lot of pressure on, particularly as the afternoon goes on here, of course. These players, you know, they recognise what a big tournament this is, this UK Championship. It's not just a sort of regular event, it's an historic major. They all want to qualify for York. Yeah, it wasn't a major thing. Gilbert missed a blue and then just wrapped his cue on the rail of the table. Fu keeping things tight here, trying to force Yuelong into leaving him a good opening, a good opportunity. And you can understand Fu being wary after sitting out that 1-3-4 total clearance from Yuelong in frame 4. So he's made contact, but he has left one. Pink and black not great here. The pink obviously is tied up. The black, even if you were to get on it and pot it, would sort of be tied up by the reds around it. So it's not the most straightforward chance. The blue's available though. But in playing up for it, he's missed the red. Slightly scrappy start to this frame. As before the interval, you can contact me if you want to make any observations. I was asking about favourite UK Championship moments, memories that people have had. It's, of course, a long-running tournament. On X, I'm at Dave Hendon, same on Blue Sky. Do get in contact. Let us know where you're watching. Julian Leclerc, meantime, from Belgium, has just had a century against Dominic Dale to lead 3-2. Ricky Walden 3-1 at the interval over Anthony Kowalski. Yeah, rather cagey start to this frame. As I say, not helped by the position of the big colours. Meanwhile, on table 8, Ben Wollaston needs the black to steal the frame against Joe Perry. He's not potted it. I can't see the table. I'm watching the scoreboard. So they're on the black there. It's going to be 2-1 either way in what is certainly the slowest match of the session. I think Ben lives the closest of anybody to the venue. He certainly practices very nearby. If you are looking for a Christmas present for a snooker fan in your life, there are great VIP experiences at the Masters and the World Championship. Luxury Century Club packages available at both tournaments, including the finest food, drink, the best seats in the house, much more. It's terrific, actually, the Century Club at the Masters in the arena itself. And, of course, the Crucible is the Crucible. It's always a great experience there, but enhanced by the VIP treatment. I know Lars, our friend from Canada, had a meal actually in York last year in the setup there, and it was very memorable. So, again, wst.tv, all the details there under the tickets page. There's some good safety being played here. But the same problem will remain for whoever gets in. It's about actually getting something going with the big colours not in great spots. Now, where's this going to finish? Well, he's sort of in the middle of everything, not really leaving a red on. Well, I'll take it back. What a pot. Suddenly looking more confident, isn't he, than he was earlier?
Six.
Well, the frame sort of gradually, I should say, developing. We're going to watch this, obviously, keenly, but we are looking forward to Wednesday and Thursday because, of course, for years we've had the Judgment Day coverage of the World Championship, and a couple of years ago the UK Championship format reverted to the same format as the World, so we have the opportunity to do the same in this one to see who qualifies for York. And, well, you don't need me to tell you about it. I'm joined by the man behind it all. Sam Fletcher, who's from World Snooker Tour, the digital media manager.
Hello, David.
Hi, Sam. Well, I was just in the back office where all the production guys are. There's a lot going on there, a lot of equipment that I don't understand, but it's all looking good. Tell us what we can expect on the 2 judgment days.
Well, I probably should understand all the equipment. I just know what it does. I don't need to know all the ins and outs. But, well, it's a real highlight of the calendar. We have Judgment Day for the World Championship and now the UK Championship. We're delighted to be able to bring it to this event as well, and to have yourself on board, David. We've also got Stephen Hallworth, who you've been hearing at home, guys, and we're joined by Ken Doherty and Rob Walker. We wouldn't have it any other way. So for the next 2 days, it gets very, very tense. If you think it's tense at this point, it gets super tense. There's one final round of qualifying, and it gets a bit sweaty. But we bring you multi-table coverage here from Leicester as players hope to book their place in the final stages in York.
That's a good pink. Yeah, and it's not all thrown together, is it? I mean, it's a lot of planning, a lot of technical stuff to be worked out. But the World Championship model, I mean, of course, that's 8 tables. This is a little bit more manageable, I guess, with 4. We can maybe see more of the key moments.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, it's massively fan-led, to be honest, the production, David. Is we really watch, each year we try and optimise it as much as we can to what the fan wants at home. And we really feel like now, I mean, it's always been a fantastic production and something that I've looked forward to watching. And now we're at a point where we really feel like it's perfectly built for what happens on the table. Obviously, we can't. If you're at home and you're following a certain player and we miss his 33 break or her 33 break, or there are other breaks available, but we will try and follow.
It's Ken's favourite break, that 33.
We will. I don't know why 33 came to mind, but we will try and follow every single player as best as we can. The nature of the coverage is that we jump around, so we will miss certain bits and bobs. But I mean, Dave, you've done it for a number of years now, and it's just a brilliant way to sort of capture the entertainment, isn't it?
It is, and it's worth saying as well, if you have Discovery Plus, you can watch the individual matches as well. I know, obviously, in this day and age, people have all sorts of screens that they can sort of follow the stuff. So if you want to watch a particular match, you can do that on there. But on the Judgment Day, we'd like to get the best moments, if we can, of all the matches. And, of course, Rob will be grilling all the winners as well, which is always an event, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how much to say on that, to be honest, Dave. Look, we're in really good company and in safe hands. Yourself included, and we'll interview all those who can speak English. Really, we will interview all of them after they've made it through to the final stages. We'll bring them into our studio and we'll have a chat with them. So hopefully your favourite player at home. Hopefully they're in our studio.
Just watching this frame, Yuelong 45 in front. It's just a little bit of working out to do. These reds kind of clustered around, but it's a good lead. He's done well here. He was looking very shaky early on, but of course came in cold. Marco Food had a match, and it did show early on, but made a terrific 1-3-4 in the 4th frame. I always think coming here, Sam, I don't know whether you agree to the qualifiers, I'm always wary to speak to players backstage. They're very nervy, aren't they? And you can understand it. It's a big deal to get to York.
Well, Marco Fu just walked into the media centre, actually, thinking it was the event office. So that happens. That happens far too often. But you just leave them to their business, don't you? They're all good guys, but not necessarily on match day.
Well, he's tried to sort of develop them there. Now the top red, I'm not sure whether that pots. If it does, he's still going here, and he won't mind the reds on the cushion either with the lead he's got, 52.
I want to ask you a question, David, while I'm on. Might as well get my value.
Okay.
You've just been on Champion of Champions. You've done a marvellous job on a marvellous event there. Well, how does it compare, covering these sweaty qualifiers? How does that compare to the heights of the sport?
Well, just while I answer that, if he's left that on, he's not a good shot. Marco Fu has arrived like a greyhound there, and he looks like he's on it. So at the very least, if you're not on a red, slightly swerving. If you're not on a red, get a good save deep. Well, we'll see. He's a long way behind, but not out of this frame. Yeah, I mean, snooker for me. I mean, obviously I do, well, pretty much every event. And the last one of the season, obviously, is the World Championship. We have about 6 weeks off, and we're back actually here in Leicester for the Championship League. But, you know, to me, you have to treat them with the same seriousness. Obviously, there are certain matches and certain events where there's more on the line. But the Champions, it was a great show. It's a bit like the Masters as Marco Fu misses that blue.
That was like one of mine there, Dave.
Yeah, it's a great show. This is obviously sort of snooker red in tooth and claw, isn't it? This is the sort of factory, the production line. But you see some really interesting matches, a lot of kind of, let's be honest, twitching up. And, you know, it's all fascinating. I think, you know, when I was younger, maybe your age even, you didn't get to see any of this. There was no streaming. You know, you had to come to the venue to watch it. Otherwise, you got the results on CFAX or in the newspaper. The fact that we can now bring you this coverage, as Yuelong cuts that red in, yeah, it's brilliant. People get to see the story. The story doesn't start on Saturday, does it? It started last Saturday.
Well, Ronnie always talks about, he said this recently, he said that when he was growing up, Ronnie O'Sullivan this is, that he would watch...
What other Ronnie was it going to be?
Just to clarify. He said that growing up he would watch highlights packages, and because they were highlights packages and they were clipping up the best parts of the matches, he would never see players miss. So he'd watch Steve Davis and think that he would never miss a shot. Now, you know, with this production that we bring you here, you see warts and all, don't you?
You do. Yuelong just trying to push the brown safe, which he's done. 52 in front, 59 on. So he's favourite here, but that's the other thing. I mean, in the old days, you're quite right what Ronnie says. You know, if you're watching highlights, if someone needed snookers, they would just not show it unless they got them. So you would just not see that kind of battle. But you get to see it all now, and it's a chance, of course, for the players as well down the rankings to get some exposure. You know, again, it used to be you had to get onto television, and even then, if it wasn't live, you might not be seen if you qualified. Now, it's all there, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It is, David, and I think it's interesting at this point in the sports journey. You know, we've really entered into the Middle East. It's a really exciting tour right now. You know, it's interesting to look at the Triple Crown events, this being one. What does it mean to get to York now? You know, there's so much money across the whole calendar, but it clearly, to the guys particularly, I think, that have been around the block a few times, that it still means a lot for them to be there.
That black obviously not in a great spot for Fu, but he's such a master tactician. You wouldn't rule him out of this frame. He's a heavy second favourite. On the social media scene, digital media scene, Sam, which you've been on for a while, what are the main ways that people can follow the action across World Snooker Tour's platforms?
Yeah, well, our biggest and, you know, fastest growing platform is Facebook. We're World Snooker Tour on every platform apart from on Twitter, where we are WST. I'm sure you're following us already on there, but we try and keep the content really fresh. We know that snooker fans love archive footage, as I do and as you do, Dave. There's nothing better than watching a match from 20, 30, 40 years ago. I mean, you know, we've tried to incorporate archive footage into this production. But of course, there is a new event each week, a fresh snooker being played each week, and we want to make sure that fans are never bored and that they're constantly given fresh entertainment. So yeah, we do our best to deliver that, and hopefully those of you that follow us on social media, you are, you know, hopefully satisfied with what we deliver.
I'm sure if they're not, they'll let you know. Quite rightly. Yeah, I mean, the archive, I mean, we saw yesterday, I was saying to you earlier, Alex Higgins against Steve Davis, and, you know, I mean, you know, all the smoking and all that stuff a long time ago now, but all part of the rich tapestry. Now then, it seems this red goes past the black. He's 52 in front, so it's all he needs. If he can knock it in to come back to 3-2, and that's a great result for someone struggling at 3-0. In it goes, so this is turning into a proper match now. It's been a hard-fought frame, sort of frame you might have fancied Marco Fu in, but of course it was Yuelong who got in front, and with the balls awkward, there's a question of sort of bringing it home, which is what he's done. Yeah, nice pot.
I just want to clarify as well, David. Obviously we've had early starts on these qualifiers, 9:30 a.m. in the morning GMT, but for the next couple of days, Wednesday and Thursday, it'll be 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. So those of you that want to tune into our Judgment Day coverage on Discovery Plus and for free on the WST social media platforms, it's 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Worth clarifying that.
Yeah, and you can, of course, contact all the guys, myself, Rob, Ken and Stephen, throughout the course of the 2 days with any questions. We had an extraordinary one earlier. I don't know whether you were listening upstairs or not, but someone asked, I'm guessing not, but anyway, someone asked...
I'm always listening.
Someone asked an extraordinary question. They said, what is the longest ever frame that included a century? Now, you know, we've got a lot of stats here, but I didn't know the answer. But within about 10 minutes, someone came up with it. It involved Dominic Dale. It was a 77-minute frame, and he made a 139.
Wow.
So that's our audience for you.
That's how to silence me, Dave, as well.
I mean, what happened in the rest of that frame? I'll ask Dominic if I see him later. Yuelong, just looking now to kill this off, 60 in front. I mean, he should win the frame here, but if he could just knock this one in as well, that would surely end proceedings. Well, it's far too thin. The danger here always is now, Fu pots a couple of reds with blacks, takes it down to the last red, then the free ball comes into it, and so on and so on. You were out in Nanjing, Sam. How was that?
It was wonderful, yeah. Going to China is always an amazing experience. And, you know, I've been out there many, many times, but to be going to new cities is really cool. You know, we've been to Beijing and Shanghai and these kind of cities frequently, but to add new cities to the calendar is something that we quite clearly, you know, want to be doing. And you know, we've seen Xi'an and Nanjing, Tianjin. There's been lots of new over the last 2 years, Dave, and it's been really refreshing. Nanjing actually is a very historical city, the south capital, Beijing being the north capital in the sort of ancient history. But it was, you know, more relevantly, it was a brilliant host venue, and it was an interesting tournament. I don't know what you made of it.
Well, meanwhile, Marco's missed that, so he's conceded. Yeah, I mean, it's a great event, and I think personally, I mean, you're out there a lot, but since the break for COVID, since those events have come back, they actually feel bigger. They feel slightly more elevated. I think the attitude of the players towards them has improved. It's not a sort of obligation going there now. They really want to go there because they missed them when they weren't on. But tell me this, you're a media man. What's the sort of Chinese media sort of presence there? Is it a big deal?
It is. I think it's an interesting one in China. You know, we have so many people following the sport out there. So many people playing the sport. I know as someone in the UK that plays snooker, I know that I'd love it to be higher on the participation side. Out there in China, so many Q Sports fans, so many people playing Chinese 8-ball, so many people playing this game. The thing that I was surprised by was the fact that there's not really a culture of spectatorship out there. So actually people buying a ticket and turning up to a venue is maybe there's a bit of a challenge there that there isn't so much in the UK. We're well used to going to the theatre, going to watch live sport. So I think pre-COVID, I was really surprised to see empty seats, for it not to be full, because I thought, you know, these guys they're super passionate out here about snooker. Why are they not necessarily at the venue? As you say, since the pandemic, the crowds have been fantastic, and there's probably a multitude of reasons for that. But it's always great to fill out arenas. But out in China, the noise that's generated, particularly when a home favourite like Ding is playing, you know, which we saw in Nanjing, the noise, the atmosphere is incredible.
Great game on table 3 meantime. 4 each, Dave Gilbert and Sing Si Hao, and Dave nicely in front in the next not quite on. He's just gone into the res, not quite on one, so that's not 5-4 yet. But they're getting on with it. Other end of the scale, it's 2-1. Joe Perry against Ben Wollaston. But that's the great thing about snooker. You get all sorts of matches. This one is very interesting now. 3-2. Yuelong has found a way back into it as we wait for Marco Fu to return. Would it be fair to say you're busier than ever? There seems to be more going on than ever on the digital side.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, we brought in a guy called Sean. I hope he's listening. He might be too busy to be listening. I don't know, Dave. But Sean has come in and you know, really helped us on the digital side. Looking at what fans want, looking at how we interact with fans, looking algorithmically at the platforms, seeing how we can get the best of the platforms. You know, I'm very much a snooker fan and a trained journalist, so I'm well capable, hopefully, of reporting on the sport. But actually, you know, we always need new insights. And Sean's been really useful since he's come in. It's been great working with him. So yeah, we are busy. I know our events team are busy. I know that our commercial team are extremely busy trying to form partnerships. And you see with this tournament here, a new sponsor in Victorian Plumbing, that those guys they're having success. So yeah, it's a very busy operation, Dave. More bodies behind the scenes than ever. And you know, hopefully the sport you'll be able to see in the product that it pushes on as a result.
Well, I'll let you go shortly because I know you've got proper work to do. But I've been asking our viewers their favourite UK Championship memories. Do you have any? Maybe I know you've been watching snooker from a very small height, young age. Do you have any in particular? Maybe since working in snooker or before that?
Well, to be honest, Dave, sometimes I'm not sure whether I've watched a match live or if I've watched it so many times in the archive. I have to say, one of my favourite UK clips is a break from David Gray. You probably didn't expect me to say that. I want to say 2004. When
We got to the final then, yeah.
But it was in the semi-final to force a decider. And I can't
against Joe Perry.
There you go. Thank you. I didn't even need to finish my sentence. And I was going to say I didn't even remember his opponent, but yeah, against Joe Perry, makes an amazing clearance to send it to a decider, and then obviously gets to the final. I think he was thumped in the final. Hopefully David's not listening, but yeah, it was a great break, and I didn't watch that live, but it's that's my favourite piece of archive, David.
Well, it's a great memory to pull out. Yeah, I remember that tournament very well because a lot of the big names had gone out early, but also Maguire was playing so well. He'd just been in the British Open final. He beat Ronnie O'Sullivan, that Ronnie again, in essentially the first round on TV, and Ronnie was very sort of celebratory towards him. Said this guy's going to go places, and he did win that tournament at a canter, and it was pretty clear, really after he beat Ronnie, he was going to win it. I know that seems odd to say that, but he just seemed like he was going to win it, and of course he did. He's playing here, isn't he? I saw him practicing earlier. He's through to Judgment Day. We're looking forward to Judgment Day, Sam. It's going to be 2 great days, yeah?
It certainly is, Dave, and thank you for having me in. I hope everyone really enjoys the next 2 days. It's going to be great.
I think we were last together in a box about 18 months ago, so on this record I'll see you in sort of, 2026?
Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Sam.
7. 14. 15. 20. 23. Thirty. 31. 38.
So there's been a real turnaround here in the general demeanour of Zhou Yuelong, and that's been reflected, of course, in the play as well. Suddenly, we're not seeing much of Marco Fu, are we? It was all him, really, for 3 frames.
39.
There he is, keeping watch. Looking a bit concerned as he sort of looks over at another match. So certainly a good chance now for another frame-winning break, maybe another century, just to illustrate the way this is turned. And Marco Fu, it's not just that he's going to be, looks like he's going to be caught 3 each. He's not really getting chances now, is the concern, I think. Black, and then one more red needed. There's a big break on here, but the main priority is to win the frame, of course. And he'll do that if he pots this red. This is a complete transformation for Zhou Yuelong. He's playing seriously good stuff now, as is Xiao Xingtong, who has got a great chance to go 5-2 up against Noppen Senkarm. They're level on the blue, but Xingtong's at the table, so we'll let you know there. But he was 2-0 down, and his tremendous run through these qualifiers continues. He's going to be really dangerous if he does get to York. What a story it would be. Xiao Xingtong needs the pink, and he's knocked it in to lead 5-2. What a story. And a great story on this table as well, as Zhou Yuelong ploughs on. guess it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Yuelong is now playing brilliant snooker here. It's going to be a second century, surely, with this pink. Highest break is 146, Xiao Tong. But he could actually equal his personal best in this tournament. His 141 is his best UK Championship break. There's the century. He can still make a 144.
101. 102.
143 now, of course, with the pink. Either way, it's
108.
a terrific spell of snooker from Zhou. The second frame he won was a bit scrappy, but either side of that, 2 centuries. Now gone up for the blue, so it is actually 141 that's available. As I say, that's his highest break in the UK Championship, so he can equal it at least, which he'll surely do with the colours on their spots.
114. 160. 190. 123.
So Marco Fu has just been a spectator again in this frame. Is it going to be a second total clearance? He had one in the fourth, a 134.
28.
This is seriously good stuff from Zhou Yuelong. He's been quiet as of late, hasn't he? We've not seen too much of him, but he's starting to come to life here in the UK Championship qualifiers. The black for a 141 total clearance. He's second in 3 frames, and that equals his highest ever break in the UK Championship. Terrific stuff from Zhou Yuelong. He levels from 3-0 down at 3-3. Other scores: Tom Ford 4-3 up on Lei Pei Fan. Dave Gilbert 4 each with Xing Jihao, and he's 27 in front with 35 on in the next. Matt Selt 3-1 up on Aaron Hill. Xiao Tong 5-2 up on Noppen Senkam. If he does win that, he'll play either Ricky Walden or Anthony Kowalski on Thursday in Judgment Day. That's 4-1 to Ricky Walden. Julian Leclerc 5-2 up on Dominic Dale, and Joe Perry 2-1 up on Ben Wollaston. So they're yet to reach the interval. But the match we're watching here has really come to life now, thanks to Zhou Yuelong. At one point, starting to sort of look like a bit of a procession for Marco, but certainly not now. Gordon on Blue Sky is watching on YouTube and thanking me for bringing users of that platform into conversation. He says the real question, though, is will World Snooker Tour join Blue Sky or Threads in the future? Well, unfortunately, Sam, who was here a moment ago, who is sort of responsible for that, is no longer here, so I can't ask him, but it may well happen in the future. It's great to speak to Sam, who's one of the most passionate people you'll meet in the sport. Has always loved playing it and loves working in it, and has done, and he's continued to do, a great job, as are all the guys on the digital side. Also doing a great job is Zhou Yuelong here, 3-3, but it's the way he's come back. 2 total clearances in 3 frames. He dominated the frame in between as well.
3 long to break.
So frame 7. He's looking the stronger of the 2, but there's still time, of course, for this to turn back again. Safety feels even bigger in this match now with the general break building standard that Zhou Yulong's producing. Marco Fu hasn't quite found the bulk cushion here. And Zhou Yulong thumps in another long red. So, more evidence of just how good he's feeling. Ricky Walden's going to be 5-1 against Anthony Kowalski. So experience telling there. And as I say, the winner will play either Nopin Senkam or Zhao Xingtong, 5-2 to Zhao Xingtong in that match. Joe Perry-Ben Woollister match, it's 2-1 to Perry, so it seems impossible that that's going to finish in this session, unless he pulls away quickly to win 6-1. So it could be another one of those coming back late tonight. Of course, Scott Donaldson and Bai Yu Lu are in that position for 5-3 to Donaldson. They couldn't complete the match in the allotted session. Well, catching that other red has ended that break. And also, he sent the other red down the table, and it would be potable to middle if he leaves that on. So that's just complicated this next shot a little bit. He's looking at, you know, that area of the table where he couldn't, Marco Fu couldn't pot the red. The sort of green pocket area is where he's looking at.
Ram. Yuelong pink.
If you're in York, then look out for the guys from Jessie May. That's the Jessie May Children's Hospice at Home, the official charity partner of World Snooker Tour, that do amazing work caring for families of children with life-limiting conditions, and they will be around if you can spare a bit of cash for the buckets. Then do help them out, because, as I say, it's such an important charity and a long time partner now, World Snooker Tour. They'll be wearing purple t-shirts, so you'll spot them easily. Now, he's completely missed them there. Fu playing the pot with an element of safety in mind, but that could not have finished worse for him. That's, the red he's missed the red, obviously, but he's caught the brown, and it's finished over the pocket, pretty much. So, again, there's no science behind it. I said earlier, when Yuelong was struggling, he wasn't getting any running. Now he's playing great. He's getting all the running, it seems. Just funny how these things seem to happen. But obviously, the biggest problem for Fu was missing the red in the first place. Well, scrap what I was saying about him getting the running. That's not finished very well. It was such a good split as well, but as I said earlier, you look at the cue ball and it's gone into not a nice spot, really. He's on top, though, at the moment, and maybe sensing Fu is struggling a bit, wants to keep the pressure on, not give Fu easy openers, because at the moment that's what he needs. He needs a nice easy starter where he can't fail to make 40 or 50. So Yuelong mustn't let that happen. Dave Gilbert is 5-4 up on Xing Zhihao, and he's in early in the next frame on table 3. 4-4 now. Tom Ford and Lei Pei Fan on table 2. Table 4, 5-2. Zhao Xingtong against Noppen Senkam, and he does have a chance there. He's 36 behind, 30 with the next pink with 2 reds on, so a chance to clear. It's not straightforward, but that would be a pretty sensational result. Matt Selt 3-1 over Aaron Hill. Ricky Walden 5-1 over Anthony Kowalski. Julian Leclerc 5-2 over Dominic Dale. And Joe Perry still 2-1 over Ben Wollaston. I was asked actually on Twitter, Owen Smith, do you think Zhao Xingtong is a contender for the whole title? Has anyone come through the first qualifying round to win it? Well, if we go back to 2005, I think Ding Junhui had to play from round 1 of qualifying. Even though he'd won the China Open, he hadn't got any ranking points for that. So my memory of that is he played Judd Trump, actually, a young Judd Trump, in the very first qualifying round, and he did come through to win it. Of course, he wasn't an amateur, though. He was a professional. Zhao Xingtong's playing under amateur status. It seems slightly far-fetched that he would win it with all the quality in York, but he's very dangerous if he qualifies because, of course, he's on a bit of a free hit. He's not playing for ranking points in the usual way or tour survival, as Fu gets a little bit of fortune there, catching that red and not landing in amongst them. He's got the cue ball out, even though the red is on from distance. Could have been easier, but yeah, he'll be dangerous for sure if he qualifies. Whether he could win it, we'll see. Of course, he did win it 3 years ago. Well, another one of these single pots where a red's gone into bulk, which is not really what he wants when he's looking for a good safety. Different sort of frame to Certainly 2 of the 3 that he's won from 3-0 down.
Brown. Yuelong 1.
Bit pacey this, he caught it all types of thin. Marco's starting to struggle a bit, isn't he? He's looking so cool earlier.
One. Six. Ours. Yep.
Well, it's all over on table 4 as Yuelong pots that red. Zhao Xingtong's run through this UK Championship continues into the final qualifying round. It's a great win over Noppen Senkam, 6-2. So Zhao Xingtong is 1 match away from taking his place at the Barbican in York. That would be some story. Coming back from suspension, but playing brilliant snooker. Play Ricky Walden or Anthony Kowalski. That's 5-1 to Ricky Walden.
13.
So a reminder, we will be able to, of course, watch much of the action from that match, whoever he plays, in our Judgment Day coverage. That'll be on Thursday. Of course, we start tomorrow, Wednesday, with the first half of the draw.
26. Green ball.
Pink.
Pink ball, sorry.
Just clarifying the colour he's gone for is pink. Again, just playing the safety, trying to push the pink safe fish, get a good cue ball. He's done that. Got a great cue ball. Julian Leclerc has won 6-2 against Dominic Dale, our second result of the afternoon. He'll play either Dave Gilbert or Sing Si Hao. That's 5-4 to Gilbert. They're deep into the next frame there, so matches coming to the boil. Of course, Leclerc is a former shootout runner-up, kept his place on tour last season, which is good to see. Very imposing figure. They call him the Belgian Beast. Well, this time not so good, but it's a rather awkward table. The black on the cushion. Yuelong deliberately sent the pink down the table earlier. The blue is on its spot. But if Marco Fu's going to get back into this frame, it's not going to be straightforward. Sing Si Hao, meantime, is going to clear up here to make it 5-all with Dave Gilbert. He was 41-0 down, but he's well over the line. It's going to be an 89 clearance if he pots blue, pink and black. So another young Chinese talent really standing up here at these UK qualifiers. Yeah, it was indeed an 89 clearance from Sing Si Hao, so 5-all with Dave Gilbert on table 3. Now this is a bit thin and therefore a bit pacey. Doesn't look like any real damage has been done though. More sort of disjointed frame to some of the others we've seen. If you're just joining us, we've had 3 centuries. Marco Fu started off with 100 exactly, and Yuelong has had total clearances of 134 and 141 in frames 4 and 6, so it's been fluent, but at other times you do get frames like this where balls go a bit awkward. Well, that red, I mean, that could have been on, but it's finished tight in behind the yellow. So these little things kind of happening. Food trying to see if one of these reds actually pots to left corner. And it looks like the right-hand red may do. He's right behind it, though. He would know, obviously, a lot better. But then it's about getting on a colour off it. Yeah, that was the issue, really. So these reds running and running. Cue ball running. Well, Foo's got to be happy enough with that. Could easily have lost the frame there. 38 behind if he leaves a red on. He probably does. But the cue ball has found safety. Well, this time he's not got away with it. So Marco Fu trudging back to his seat, you've got to say. Not looking too happy now. It's all going well at 3-0. Yuelong 38 to the good. Can he put this frame away and make it 4 frames in a row and take the lead for the first time? It's an interesting choice of red. It looked maybe one of the tougher options, but he's obviously feeling confident now. He's knocked it in.
Six. Seven.
Now, does that red go through the gap? He had a little look. The way he's looking at it suggests it does. Yep. 50 in front. checking the scores. Any colour will do here. The green is the one he's going to play, obviously. He put him 53 in front with just 51 remaining, and that's with the blacks. And, of course, the black isn't in a great spot. So, looking good for 4-3 if he pots this. He's been really good from 3-0 down, and a lot of that is down to attitude. You know, shown resolve. We saw it with his compatriot, Zhao Guodong, at the Champion of Champions. 3-0 down to Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1-4-3. 3-0 down to Mark Selby, 1-6-5. He was 5-0 down in the final. He made it a match. He made Mark work for that. So
60.
that's the attitude that Zhou Yuelong is also showing here. Joe Perry and Ben Wollaston are still not at the interval. It's 2-1. Shouldn't laugh, really, but they've been going 3 hours. It's 2-1 to Joe. Ben's 13 in front on the brown in the next. 55-minute frame. The first was an hour. So not only are they likely to be coming back tonight, but they'll be playing, you suspect, a lot of frames. Here, though, Zhou Yuelong needs 2 more frames, and he is the winner of this match. He leads 4-3. He's playing really well now. And Marco Fu, it's got to be said, he's starting to struggle a little bit, having been 3-0 up. Dave Gilbert is in the decider. Xing Zhihao was in, broke down after just 6. Gilbert on a break of 30. And the balls are well positioned there on table 3. Hopefully, if he wins, we will have a word with him in the commentary box. Ricky Walden 5-1 up on Anthony Kowalski. Matt Selt 4-1 up on Aaron Hill. And, of course, we had wins for Zhao Xingtong and Julien Leclerc. 4-4 Tom Ford and Lei Pei Fan. But Lei Pei Fan is 41 in front with 35 on in the next. So Tom Ford, who, of course, was in the top 16. And here in his home venue, he's maybe having to win the last 2 there.
Frame 8. Marco Fu to break.
So Marco Fu up against it now. He's only 4-3 down, but it's the way things have panned out. He was 3-0 up. Zhou Yuelong has played really well to lead 4-3. Fu has made a few errors. Can he get his game back in shape? I think the question really is if he gets a good scoring chance, what will he make from it? Because early on he was looking fluent, but sort of pressure's come to bear since, or it's certainly come on anyway. Touching ball called so he can play away. Just keeping an eye on Gilbert. He's 45-0 up in that decider, leading by, well, he's 39 points in front on a break of 45 in that decider, but seems to just lost his way. So I'll monitor that. You can watch tables 1 to 4, of course, on Discovery Plus. This Fu plays a thickish safety. He's got has he got a good cue ball? He needs cover from the yellow, and he looks like he's got it. The red was going towards the corner. That little flick on the yellow made a difference there. These little things can. You know, that could have been, who knows, that could have been 5-3 coming up. That's a good pot from Fu. As I say, can he now that he's in put something together? The black is covered for now, but pink and blue available. Just while we watch this, Kim Christensen on X has asked, just wondering what's happening to the conclusion of Bai Lu and Scott Donaldson. Will they go onto one of the available tables now or later tonight after evening matches finish? Will the match be televised? Well, it will be tonight. They can't risk them coming back in the afternoon because, you know, it would be horrible if they had to come off again. So it'll be tonight. It will be on a stream table, Kim. So if you've got Discovery Plus, it'll be on one of the 4 stream tables. Not necessarily this one, but one of the 4. That will conclude Scott Donaldson 5-3 up. It was unfortunate. It's never nice to see players having to come off, but, you know, there are set times, and Joe Perry and Ben Wollaston, I mean, they're still going there now at 61 minutes, that 4th frame. Still 2-1 to Perry, and nothing seems to be moving there. Wollaston 13 in front on the brown. Can't see the table. Dread to think where the brown actually is. I mean, I'm guessing they're just playing high-quality safety. Fu just asking to check whether the pink is can actually go on its spot or not. The referee Bart Tornell doing that with the ball marker, allowing him to see it, and he's satisfied enough. Ooh, what's he done there? Feathered the white, I think. Foul called unexpectedly. Yeah, you saw it move. Wow, what a thing to happen. Just as he was hoping to get going again. Referee was bang on the case. Last thing you need when you're already struggling. Jimmy White's done that a lot because Jimmy's always cued close to the cue ball. In fact, we've seen various people do it at various crucial times in matches down the years. Remember Mark Davis against Stuart Bingham in the English Open final at Crawley in the final session when he was potentially going to win his first ranking title. Dave Gilbert looking good to win that match now. He needs another red. There's 2 reds left. He needs one of them, and he should be over the line against Xingzi Hao. It's been a tough whole game, that, but Gilbert potentially going to take on Julian Leclerc in the next round to qualify for the Barbican. Well, unless the reds are covering one another. That's worked out really well. Well, the red looks like it does go through the gap there, so it's a good chance this, you've got to say, for Yuelong to press on to a 5-3 lead. Dave Gilbert has beaten Xingzi Hao 6-5. It was a bit of a thriller, that. He needed a couple of chances in the decider, but he's over the line to play Julien Leclerc, as I said earlier, on Judgment Day. That Joe Perry, Ben Wollaston frame. They're still on the brown. There's 1 point in it. The frame's been going 66 minutes now. Perry's just got a 5-point penalty, so he's 4 in front. But I mean, to not even reach the interval after over 3 hours, that is incredible. All part of the rich tapestry of our sport. Snooker is played at different speeds. That one on the slower side. Leipei Fan 5-4 over Tom Ford. Yuelong attempts to take a 5-3 lead here over Marco Fu. Taking the cue ball round the angles, trying to get as close as you can to this red. Now, I'm not sure if he's on the one to the left corner. One to right corner. You're going to need the long stuff for. Well, very tight, clearly, for that one. Well, he's had a good look. He doesn't think he can pot it, clearly. Otherwise, he would have played it by now. Well, just while we watch this quite important point in this match, we've just had, I just mentioned, Dave Gilbert has got through against Xingzi Hao, and he's joined us. Bit of a thriller, Dave.
Yeah, pretty lucky to be through. I think I could have won 6-1, 6-2, but the game's just not there at all. And I think the kid played great. You know, he cues it really well, and he made some really good counter clearances, and he had a chance there in the last, so I was quite, after he potted such a lovely long red, I was quite surprised he didn't take it.
Yeah, I mean, we may be guilty of sort of lumping the Chinese in together, but they're doing so well at the moment, aren't they, the young players? He was a dangerous opponent, I guess.
Yeah, I've obviously never seen the kid play before. I said to Andy at half-time, like, I cues it just like Xing Tong, you know. He just kept looking like he weren't on a ball, and then just get down and slot one in. And yeah, they're not. Obviously, the Chinese are all coming on and brilliant players, and they're definitely going to take over. But they're not exactly the craziest of characters. You know, you don't get much away from them. So it was quite weird. But now he's obviously, the kid can play definitely.
Just to say, Joe Perry's 3-1 up on Ben Wollaston. That was a 70-minute frame, so 3-1. That's taken a long time to get there. So. How are things in general, Dave? You said you maybe weren't that sort of elated with how you're playing, but I mean, you got the result. How's your game in general?
Yeah, no, my game's pretty terrible. I've hardly played. I've had to draft the caddy in this week, and he still couldn't really get me to hit many balls. I've got a new cue, a John Paris cue. The cue's amazing, you know. I just need to hit more balls with it. But you know, you get some wins under your belt. You never know. I don't quite know who I'll play next or when, but I'm pleased to still be in the hat. And if you get through, you can find your game. You know.
Well, I can tell you, you've got Julian Leclerc, the Belgian beast they call him. He's a big lad, isn't he?
He's a bit of a unit. Yeah, I don't want to scrap him, but I don't. You know, we'll have a game of snooker. That's all right.
And in the UK Championship, would it be fair to say it's not been the sort of happiest hunting ground for you over the years yet? Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute shocker. It's a great tournament. It's a great arena. The Barbican, I've always had high hopes whenever I've gone there, and yeah, I've just never put anything together. And this format should suit me, best of 11. It's my kind of number. So yeah, the UK's always been a huge disappointment. So I'm usually pretty rubbish this time of year, to be honest. I must have that sad disease or something.
You're a player. I mean, we've been getting sort of messages from people. Snooker fans love watching you. You know, you get a lot of support when you play. What do you need to sort of... Are you looking to get enthusiasm back? What is it you need to get back?
Do you know what? Sometimes I like playing snooker and sometimes I don't, Dave. It's as simple as that. It's something I've always suffered with, and I probably always will, you know. 6 months ago, if you'd have said to me, you feel like this when you get your cue out, I'd never have believed you, but it's always been up and down, you know. I'm a very up and down guy, and I've got other interests away from snooker, and yeah, I think it's about time to just make a decision on something either way.
Well, to tell us how the club's going. Is that, you know, you've got your club, which you put a lot of work into. How's that going?
Yeah, the club at Swadlincote Coat Potters is doing fantastic. We've just had a new club pool hall in Tamworth called the Potter's Kiss, and we've obviously got our online cues and case sales now with potterscues.co.uk. So, you know, we've got a nice little portfolio building, and I've just got to say that's all down to my great friends Phil and Neil. You know, they look after the general running. I helped set up things early on, but I've definitely took a huge backward step with that. So yeah, thanks to the lads, they're doing a great job.
We'll let you go, Dave, and get ready for the Belgian Beast. But well done today. I hope you enjoy the match, and good luck if you get through to York.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks.
Cheers. Meanwhile, Yuelong pressing on here. Another very impressive break from him. 45 in front, so this red, and it should be 5-3. Yeah, great to hear from Dave. You know, he struggled a little bit over the years to get that enthusiasm going, as he explained to us, but when he plays well, he plays really well, and he would be a very dangerous qualifier were he to get through. But as for this match, it's a complete turnaround, and Yuelong is making the breaks. That's been the difference. It's not just, you know, pegging back the score, it's how he's done it. He's dominated, really. Fu's got very little going in the last few frames. .65, he leads by 52, 43 on.
65.
And Fu is coming back, but it's surely going to be 5-3 unless he can mount some sort of recovery with the snookers here. It's hard to identify exactly why he's turned around, other than the fact that Yuelong's just played really well. First chance he got in that fourth frame, he knocked in a long red, made a total clearance. He just really kept on that way. Well, he's given this a go. But it looks like Yuelong can hit this red. This frame was massive when Marco Fu was in and feathered the cue ball. And that red is in the pocket, so it's definitely Yuelong's frame. That was a big moment. That could have been the start of something for Fu. But the foul was called. He definitely feathered the white. We saw it on the replay. Yuelong made 65 off it. And here we are. 5-3.
Three. Four. Nine. Yellow. Fourteen.
So Yuelong has won 5 on the spin and requires one more to put himself through to play the Matt Selt or Aaron Hill on Judgment Day. It's 4-1 to Selt there. Looks like Ricky Walden's going to get the job done against Anthony Kowalski. He's a couple of balls from winning 6-2. Oh, trick shots meanwhile. You have to work on that one, Joe, but he's enjoying himself, and why not? He's dominating proceedings now. 5-3, Marco Fu feathered that cue ball, and from that, Yuelong did the rest. He's 1 away from victory. You can still contact me, of course, on X or indeed Blue Sky, which I've just joined. At Dave Hendon on either one. At Dave Hendon, let me know your thoughts about tonight. Neil Robertson, Oliver Lyons. That's a feature match. That's a really interesting one. Of course, Robertson won the English Open, got back in the top 16, has since been relegated again, so he's having to qualify. Oliver Lyons, of course, semi-finalist at the British Open. So he has every right to be confident, but Robertson played well last week at the Champion of Champions semi-final, so be interesting to see whether people feel Neil Robertson can win that match, can qualify. We thought, a lot of people thought he would at the World Challenge. Of course, Jamie Jones beat him in the final round 10-9, so let me know your thoughts about that one. Promises to be a really exciting match, I think, either way. Any other comments or where you're watching in the world, do let us know. Fionn Lynch has said, can you ask Dave Gilbert if he thinks he can make it to the Masters? Well, he's not with me now, unfortunately, but of course, a great run in the UK Championship, and that would be an opportunity. It's the last counting event for the Masters, so it's another thing for Neil Robertson, which we'll talk about tonight. If he doesn't make it to York, he won't be in the Masters. So, you know, it's a big couple of days for him here just to qualify. Of course, if he does qualify, he could beat anybody there. He could win it. He has done 3 times. Other side of the coin, if he doesn't make it, it's a massive setback. When it looked like he was taking a step forward, winning that English Open. It's kind of strange how it's worked out. You know, we all said he was back, and he was at that point, but just didn't quite push on. And now having to qualify again for another big tournament. We wait for the players to return. Yeah, 3-1 Joe Perry over Ben Wollaston, the 70-minute frame, that fourth. The first was an hour, so that would explain why it's taken so long. And Ricky Walden, well, Kowalski needs 2 snookers. Ricky Walden virtually through to play Jia Xingtong on the second Judgment Day on Thursday. Remember, tomorrow and Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday, it's 1 and 7 local time. We'll be jumping around the 4 matches, bringing you the best action with Rob Walker, Ken Doherty, Stephen Hallworth and myself.
Frame 9. So you'll have to play.
So here we go with frame 9. Yuelong looking to bring this home now. 5-3 he leads, having trailed 3-0, and he's made all the running in these frames. He's played really well, actually. Just been dribs and drabs in these 5 frames for Fu. He's only scored 35 points. And in 2 frames, of course, the 2 total clearances, he didn't score at all. So, complete sort of change around. Can he mount any sort of comeback here? A lot depends, of course, on whether he's given the opportunity to. Ricky Walden is confirmed through 6-2, so he'll play Zhao Xingtong. He's beaten Anthony Kowalski. And he had back-to-back centuries there, Ricky. 124, 125. So very strong performance from him. Former semi-finalist in the UK Championship. Well, that pot from Yuelong really is illustrative of the way he's played from 3-0 down. That was another superb effort, and he's in with his first chance to win it.
Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. Twenty-three.
So just picking off these loose reds. He's got one more.
24.
The split could decide things in terms of whether he can win it at this visit. 5-all Tom Ford and Lepe Fan. Meantime, they're about to start their decider on table 2. I mean, I mentioned this to Dave Gilbert, but the young Chinese players really have taken a step forward. We've seen, of course, Wu Yize in a final, Si Jiahui in a final, Zhao Gudong win a tournament. Of course, Shangander earlier in the season won a tournament. And Ding back to form as well, of course, who started it all. He won the International Championship recently. Well, I'm not sure he's got a great angle, but is there a 3-ball plant there? That's handy. They look lined up to that left corner. Missed the black, though. Stacey Devlin asking on Blue Sky, if Neil Robertson beats Oliver Lyons tonight, is that him qualified, or is there another round? Yeah, there would be another round, so he'd have to play another match. This is the first of 2 he would have to win. Stacey. Four rounds altogether. Players come in different stages, but if you win in round 3, obviously you come through to round 4, and then you're in the main draw. I mean, imagine drawing Neil Robertson if you're a seed at the Barbican. Not really what you're looking for. Well, back in now. What sort of kiss is he going to get here? Well, he didn't get one at all. But he's in control here, 33-0 up. No reason to sort of push the boat out. unnecessarily. Keep things tight.
Brown.
Could try and get the brown safe with a 33-point lead. That's what he's thinking. And get the snooker at the same time. It's a big target, this, for Fu. I mean, he'll surely hit the reds. He doesn't want to chip one out and leave it on, though. Could see them directly, actually. Aaron Hill's pulled one back, meanwhile, against Matt Selt. 4-2 to Selt. As I say, it's a 5-all Tom Ford and Leipei fan. They're into a decider. The results so far, Zhao Xingtong has beaten Noppen Sengam 6-2. I guess that's the headline result. Dave Gilbert beat Sing Si Hao 6-5. Ricky Walden beat Anthony Kamowski 6-2. And Julian Leclerc beat Dominic Dale 6-2. So Xingtong plays Walden. Gilbert plays Leclerc on Judgment Day. Now then, this red, I think, is onto middle, but the colours not favourably placed for Fu. Pink on the brown spot, black down in bulk. Can run through for the blue, though. But how's he feeling now? Because he's not had that much table time, really, in the last few frames. He's sort of been chasing the game all along since he led 3-0. Now, in potting this next red, he's going to open some more up. So this shot could
6.
Maybe start to turn the frame in his favour. But he could also do, I think, we're getting the big colours back on their spots. And he has a chance to do that now. He can play the pink here. So things just maybe starting to change for Fu. Oh dear. Well, it was a chance. It came to very little, I'm afraid. Just 14 scored. So Fu's challenge is starting to evaporate here. Remember, he made 100 exactly. A century in frame 1, but very little of note in the last few frames. Must be frustrating. As good a player as Marco Fu's been over the years, he's not at that level right now. That's clear for everybody to see. Well, he actually put that Brown safe earlier, didn't he?
7.
But it doesn't matter if he can stay in here. It's a chance to win.
Eight.
27 in front. Looking to bring this home. A couple more messages before we maybe wrap the match up. Brian's watching in Navan, County Meath. Good evening to you, Brian. Big snooker fan. I know you went to Belfast this year to watch the final there. And Shawnee Sheep on Blue Sky. I'm guessing that's not your real name. I've always wondered if players prepare for specific opponents they'll be facing. Does it make sense to watch earlier matches of the other player, or is it just about practicing their own game? Greetings from Germany. Hello to you. I don't think there's much of that goes on, to be honest. I think it is about your own game. I don't think it's a sport that involves a lot of sort of studying in that way.
Well,
I think you'll think about what sort of player you're playing, but it probably doesn't come down to sort of going through videos of their matches. To be honest, most of the players kind of know how most of the players play, and they'll have played them before. Meantime, just as it was starting to look like it might be done, Yuelong misses that one. He didn't have that much more to do there, and he's annoyed. Very annoyed. Because, you know, one miss, as we know, in a match can turn it. If we're here an hour from now and he still isn't over the line, that will be a shot he remembers for sure. Oh, the red is not dropping, though. Well, it looked in. I think Marco thought it was in, but it's not. If it were to drop now, it would be replaced. Look at this. I mean, it's one of those it probably shouldn't have dropped, actually, but I think he felt it would. But it stayed on the lip, and, well, the challenge really is wilting now.
One.
Little check of the scores tells him he's 37 in front. So red and pink, and Fu would need a snooker. Well, he's on the blue, but that will put him 43 in front with 43 on. So he wouldn't quite be over the line. He would need another red. He can play down for the one just below the black spot and put everything into pot in this. Doesn't need to sort of worry too much about position. If it goes in, it's looking like Yuelong will be into the final qualifying round of the UK Championship. He's been quiet the last year. What a great time of the year to start finding your voice again. Yeah, he was a semi-finalist 4 years ago in the UK Championship, so he's gone deep before. He will still, of course, need to win another match to get to York. We don't know yet who will play. It'll be Matt Selt or Aaron Hill. But the main thing is it looks like Yuelong will be in that lineup for Judgment Day. And I can tell you he'll be joined by his compatriot, Lei Pei Fan, who has dominated the decider against Tom Ford. He's well over the line there, so that's another victory, 6-5 for Lei Pei Fan. Oh, hang on. Well, that is clumsy. OK, it's still a long way back for Fu. But there's just a glimmer now, 46 in it with 35 on. The match was over there, but it's not quite over, as it turns out. And you never know, with the red on, the free ball, all of that could come into play. Well, this is close, but of course Fu doesn't want to pot it, and there's the handshake. So Marco Fu started so well with a 100 break exactly in the first frame. He led 3-0. Zhou Yuelong made total clearances of 134 and 141 to level at 3-3, and he was by far the better player after that. Zhou Yuelong, who's been quiet really since losing that epic semi-final to Gary Wilson about a year ago in the Scottish Open, he's one match away from joining the main draw in York at this Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. He beats Marco Fu by 6 frames to 3. I can tell you that Lepe Fan made a century to beat Tom Ford, 107 clearance, terrific break, 6-5 for him. We've still got a couple of matches still going. Matt Selt and Aaron Hill, of course, the winner of that will play Zhou Yuelong. It's 4-2 to Selt. Joe Perry's about to go 4-1 up on Ben Wollaston. We'll be back at 7:30 local time tonight. So 7:30, we've got a cracker of a match for you. Neil Robertson against Oliver Lines, just over an hour's time. I'll be with Stephen Hallworth for that. But for now, thanks a lot for watching and for all your correspondence. We'll do it all again, as I say, in just over an hour's time.